Okay, so today we are essentially going to be doing, we're going to be finishing off what we were doing in the last stream. We're going to be kind of making the whole main part of the GUI application today. You know, we're gonna essentially be finishing off what we left off yesterday. That's as good as an explanation as I could possibly give. So here, let's go to our desktop, and what we have, a little testing there. What we had yesterday was essentially this. This is, I mean, it looks like fucking prison cells, you know? Like, I don't know, that's just me. But yeah, so what I did was I checked out the fine documentation, docs, and that's the GUI library that we're using, and I looked at our containers and grid wrap, and did a little research on that, and apparently that is what we need. We need a grid wrap, right? What I was doing yesterday after the stream, what I was doing is kind of just looking at each of the containers and their documentation, and then like searching up like videos on like, you know, what it is. And apparently, yeah, this is what we need. So what I'm gonna do here to make everyone's lives a bit easier is we're going to say const. Or you know what? Let's create a settings object. All right, yeah. Let's create a settings object real quick, cause that's just quick and easy. So we'll do settings. We'll say settings.go. Yeah. Okay. That I made a new folder. Yes, I did. In the wrong folder. Alright, and we'll make a settings object real quick. And we'll say package, and we'll say settings struct. If you've seen my videos in the past, you may have seen me do this, so it's not really anything that really needs to have any sort of special explanation or anything. Uint8, it's fine, and then right set, or no, these can't be 8, these have to be 32. Width, or no, height can be 16. Height can be a 16-bit integer. Okay, they both can be 16-bit integers. Okay. I'm thinking about the max I'm allowed to do for a 16-bit integer. Let's do, I guess, read? No, I don't really need to do that. Yeah. Because reading settings, thanks to libraries that I use, is more or less a one-liner. So we'll do var settings, and it's going to be a settings dot settings object, and that is going to be equal to file read object, file path from parts, settings. That's the folder. Oh yeah. And then what I like to do is this. So I like to do const folder string, and that'll be settings, just so that I know where the settings file is. Excuse me. Good old cough is back today. Then we'll do the folder with a file name, which is a string, and we'll say that's settings, and then folder, file name, and then suffix. So file, or we'll say suffix, which is a file dot suffix. And is equal to file yeah, we're gonna use JSON for right now. Just keep everything simple. That's fine. And then so we'll say settings folder, settings file name, and settings suffix. And that returns a pointer to our type. Cannot infer type. Oh, okay. So you just have to do settings.settings. Value of type. Oh, okay, so I'll call this configuration. I think that's fine, right? Multiple value. Oh, yeah, and then we have to panic. We have to do little error handling, and that works. Okay. And then what I can do is say, instead of hard coding the size, we'll say it is the settings or configuration dot width. Oh yeah, these need to be public. My bad. Width and height, as well as, whoops. We need to do JSON width and height. Whoops. There we go. Okay. And JSON dot configuration height. And I guess they need to be floats. Yeah, doesn't really make much sense, but whatever. Okay. All right, that's fine. But yeah, so what I need to do, I can more or less get rid. Well, no. We'll keep these for right now. But instead of like using a grid layout with columns, we're gonna do our layout.grid wrap, and the size is actually, you know what I can do is I can take this and say size. So we'll say var size, which is a find.size. That's a find size right there. And there you go. And I also need to add the actual settings file, which will be here, and we have width, which is, I believe, 1500, and height, which is 750. There you go. And we have size. We don't need this. Let's see here. Release cannot build. Declared and not used. Yeah, okay, fair enough. Or no. Okay. Yeah, so we'll keep that as the content. Yeah. That's fine. Sure. So I have a little to do here to help me along so I don't lose track. You know, if you watch my channel a while, you'll know I'm very easily distracted. Very easily distracted. Layout should be a V-scroll inside a border. Ooh. Alright, so the grid should be a grid wrap with specific size. Done. I can cross that off our list. And then the formula to find out size can be that. Oh, okay. So then we'll say. Size divided by 5. That's probably why we're getting. And then minus 5 for the padding. In the documentation, I forget exactly where. Size dot height, I guess. Or yeah, hold on. So configuration dot width. So we'll say find new size. I forget where, but it's like 5 pixels worth of padding. I don't know. I know 5 works though. I wrote it down in my notes, so it has to be correct. Let's see. Mismatch types, find size. Yes, I'm aware of that. Okay. Minus 5, and then configuration dot height divide 5. Oh, well, I guess, okay, yeah, that does need to be a float. And then we'll add that minus 5. Or right, what's the plus 100? Okay. There you go. And then we'll say that's a float 32. And now we have a bad argument somewhere. Unexpected new line in argument list. Where are we at? Alright, here, we're going to factor this out real quick. We'll say var grid size. So find dot size. And is equal to that. Float 32. Float 32. There we go, that's fine. And then grid size. We're still missing a new line somewhere. Okay. Alright, and there you go. It's a little janky and I can't move the window. But yeah, no, there you go. That actually does work. That is the behavior that I wanted. Awesome. I like it. I don't know why it's suddenly going up there. But yeah, I mean, I guess. There you go. And then so that, oh yeah, so the V scroll is so that we can scroll. That's what I was looking at. So the V scroll is in here somewhere. Yes, is it collections? Can I search at all? V scroll. I know it's in here somewhere. I have a widget list. Oh, that's lovely. Entry, file icon. For various types of file, it displays the types of file. Is it? That's something we gotta look into at some point. Pop-up. Normally pop-up menu, which looks like the following. Interesting. Selection, a separator. Cool. A scroll. Oh, here we go. That's what I was looking for. Yeah, V scroll. And a border. So that we can kind of get the layout, right? So that we can kind of get the... So there's going to be a header, and then there's going to be a separator, and then there's going to be a... the content. So then we'll say... I guess CNT. I'm just going to say... yeah, CNT, sure. Why not? We'll figure it out. We're gonna put this in sort of like a contained, like, GUI structure. So that's basically what we're doing. But I want to make sure everything works and looks good before I start messing with the organization and everything. Is going to be a container border, new border, and at the top. We're not gonna have anything. Nil. Bottom, nil, and then right, or bottom. No, at the bottom I think is gonna be, right, our new V scroll. Yeah, container, new V scroll, and that's gonna take our content, and then nil. I think that's right. Yeah. Okay. That looks right. And then CNT. Yes, but no. Yes, but no. Okay, so I think I have to set the content instead of actually setting a direction, which is fair enough. And survey says, hey, there we go. That's what I'm looking for. That's it. That's what I'm looking for. That is the main part of the GUI. And it's reactive. You know, so if you look, like, that is responsive. That is remarkably responsive, and we can scroll if need be. I love it. I love it. Okay. So that was the fix, and really, like, all I did to, like, figure out that fix was just go to grid wrap and, like, just ask fucking Google. You know, I just went fucking find grid wrap, and you know, I actually spelled it correctly. And they say to use like a where are we? Yeah, I guess like a sized container. The individual cell sizes, yeah. That's fine. That's okay. Yeah. All right, what's next on the checklist? So we figured out the grid size. Card to use add and refresh. We're gonna get to that. Each button needs to be a separate component. We're gonna get to that. Will be stored within the card. V scroll inside a border. That's done. That actually should have been up here. In a container is a grid wrap layout. So load each card from file the password, make an event system. Okay. So now, you know, I'm just curious. This is a little tangential, but let's do VS Code window to side panel hotkey. Control B, no, to the left side. Is it Control B? Right, so if I'm at settings, oh yeah, no. Split editor to side, I think is right. Okay, so Control backslash, there we go, okay. And I think it's page up and down to switch between the focus. Yeah, okay. I used to know that, but like long time ago, so yeah, okay, all right. So that's what we need, and then another thing. Terminal to the side, open focus left window group is Control 1. Okay. And then okay, so wait, so if I do Control 1, it's not gonna collapse side group? Huh. Okay, well, there you go. Oh, something I completely forgot to do is start the chatbot. There you go. It's just one simple command. Right. Okay, so then what did I want to do? Let's see. Oh, you know what? Maybe I can, yeah, maybe I can do like a button. I don't know. So, definitely something I wanted to do was in UI components, in the card, right? What we do is we just have like this copy button that just kind of clicks. It doesn't really do anything, which is here. It's a custom resource, but there I have a project. It's a project that I showed earlier. It's this method here that you can essentially customize the cursor. So what I've learned doing doing research for this, my throat is fucked today, is essentially that to extend the behavior, duh, no shit, you have to implement some of the base widget methods. So that's exactly what we're going to be doing. We're going to be calling it a copy, and this is a copy. So now when we hover over the clipboard, it has little copy function, and we can, all it does is just click. As you can see here, it just prints click. I want to kind of change that though. So what I'm going to do is say var default callback, and that's going to be a callback. And that's going to equal a function define current app. I was playing around with this yesterday. Clipboard set content to fuck. Callback. I guess I can take an argument. Yeah. No. Yeah, no, never mind. No. Okay, so that's a stupid idea. Yeah. Because I need to get the password contained within the card. So that's a stupid idea. I need to pass arguments, but I can't pass an argument unless I wrap it in a function. Yeah. Which sucks. Well, no, actually, yeah. I think I can just wrap it in a function. Just fuck it. Yeah. I don't really care. So we're gonna say function make callback. Sure. And then we'll say callback. And that's gonna take a title or a password really. Content. Yeah, there you go, which is a string. And it is going to return a function, lambda function, if you will, that does find default app or current app clipboard set content. Make default callback. Yeah. Okay. And then here in the card, we can just do make default callback. And we don't have to do this. And the content is the title. And there you go. It looks a lot cleaner. It does. It looks a lot cleaner. So here we have the card. We're setting the content here. Let's see. So if I build this, and I click on that, I don't get anything printed, and we get test 5 within the keyboard. I just control V'd. I'm control V'ing. I'm funny. Anyway, yeah. So that's fine. That's cool. So now I want to turn this kind of like card title into somewhat of a icon, I think. Like a clickable icon. Let's go to Google. Clickable icon. It's like a button, right? Yeah. New button with icon. Yeah. Okay, that's fine. So we'll just use a custom component for that. So in our components, we'll say delete go package component type delete structure, and that'll be widget button. There you go. And does it need anything else? I don't think it does. New. Here, let's see what I have to do. Custom button. Window. Change import. I don't care about importance. Okay, creating a new button with an image. I just want to example just so that I know all the steps. Fuck off. I don't care about your fucking newsletter. Okay. Okay, I think I know what to do specifically because of the copy. Yeah, I think I just, so new, delete, which is going to be, I don't think it's really going to take anything. Yeah. I think that's fine. So then we're going to have new delete. And delete is going to return a pointer to a delete. And var delete is a pointer to a delete. And is equal to new delete. There you go. Turn that. And then delete dot button is equal to find dot new or widget. Yeah, I think it's widget. Yeah, widget. New button with icon. Label. I'm not gonna have a label, and then theme. Right. Oh, that's the wrong one. Did I close that? I did. I closed that at Google. Button with image or icon. I should have said. Whatever. Button with icon. Theme.home. Okay, so it's just theme dot, what is it, cancel button? New icon, theme dot yeah, I think it's just theme dot cancel. And then the function. Oh shit, yeah, that's something. Okay. I guess maybe I should just do a callback, right? Which is a callback. Yeah. Yeah, I think maybe callback. Yeah. Okay. And then delete callback is callback. As well as we do delete dot extend base widget delete. Yeah, okay, that's fine. And then when we create the card, we create a new delete, and the callback is just going to be func, and we're just going to print delete for right now. We're going to find a way to like actually remove the card from its container. That will be done today. Okay. And so we're clicking the button. Okay, so it clicks delete. Good, good, good. Yeah. How do I get rid of the background though? That's what I'm looking at. Right. Oh, I guess I just need to create a new tapped icon instead of a button, just like the copy here. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So yeah, we're gonna do an icon. Dot. So I guess I can just copy this then? Yeah. I think that's probably best. So we're going to create a new tapped icon, which is a delete button and delete on click. We're going to say callback. Right, do we call the callback or no? Yeah, we just callback. Callback. There you go. The icon is equal to... Oh, I don't really have to do the icon, do I? Because the tapped icon. Yeah. And then set resource. Find custom tapped icon with icon? I don't know. Resource, set resource, theme, new tapped icon. Okay, so a resource, so an icon is a resource. So that doesn't really need to change. Okay. And I'm also going to rename this symbol to callback. Is equal to callback. Yeah, I think that's fine. Okay. And then we'll clear the screen a little bit and then delete dot set resource theme dot cancel icon. Call that method. Yeah, okay. And I think that's fine. Nil pointer. Okay. Maybe. Let's see. Copy. It shouldn't be. I mean, I guess. Set resource. Huh. I guess delete icon is equal to theme dot cancel icon. It's a resource now, yeah. Which is, okay, so widget new icon theme dot cancel icon. Is that maybe what I need to do? No, invalid memory address. Okay, where? 22, variant, card 54, get base, and then 54, oh, that's card, okay, and then card 37, return new copy. There's a callback. $28.19. Extend base widget. Yeah, no, that's right. Okay, maybe it's not a pointer then. No, I still get the same. Okay. Then let's just not do pointers. Right? Delete dot set resource theme cancel icon, which is fine. A little struct embedding. Oh, okay. Alright, there you go. Alright. Great. I love it. And then delete, that's a tapped icon. And we can copy. Awesome, cool. And then we will also Copy the cursor here. And that's going to be a delete. Delete. I should probably name those better, but for right now, that's fine. Awesome. I like that. I like how that works. I guess, right, so can I like add focus shadow? Add focus shadow to icon? Focusable. All right, let's do this. New shadow. Oh, yeah, I don't care. Right? Like if I want to set the focus, because I'm thinking about like UI development in the sense of like, if I just hover over this box, I don't really know that I'm clicking this box. It looks like I'm just clicking the card itself, but I want to click this box here. I don't know, maybe the button was a good idea. You know what I mean? Like add a transparent border. Maybe the button was a good idea. I mean, it looks clean. Don't get me wrong. That looks fucking clean. This looks clean, right? And then even if we set it to like dark mode, right? That looks fucking clean. That looks good. By the way, there's nothing I can do about the title bar. I looked up solutions for like dark mode in the title bar. Apparently it's a known issue and just like it either works for you or it doesn't. It's not me, it's the library. So yeah. Which sucks. But yeah, no, that's good. Like that's genuinely good. Yeah. You know what? Okay. All right. Let's do a button. Let's do a button and see what happens. Right? So that's your copy. This is a button. So we're going to do window button. And that's going to be a pointer. And we're going to say delete button is equal to new button with icon, and we're not going to have anything theme new cancel icon, and then the callback. I think that's going to be fine for right now. So let's see how the button looks. I don't know. What do we like better, chat? Do we like the button? Do we like the icon? I don't know. Maybe make it a... I don't know, maybe... No, yeah, you know what? I think I like the button. I think I like the button better because it provides like a border. Yeah. And then if I go back to white mode... If I go back to the blinding flashbang mode, that's clean and consistent. I like that. Yeah. I don't know. We can always change it, but I think that's okay. I think that's okay. So, all right, another Another to-do done. Each button needs to be a separate component. Load each. Okay, that's fine. I didn't have a to-do for that. Oh, wow. Okay. I probably should have. But I knew from the original design that that was going to be how that was. Oh, yeah. Okay, so let's pull up the original repository here. Let's see. So in the UI, in the actual GUI application, check length. Oh, okay, yeah. So that's for like validation, I guess. Oh, your guess is as good as mine. I completely forget what this wait for input function is for. But okay, so I know it's recursive. Yeah, I did some fucky shit with this. I did some fucky shit. Like that was jank. That was jank as fuck in the original implementation. It by no means should have been, but it was. Oh, okay, yeah. That's another thing. Right here, just reminded me. I think it's kind of better to use the, to make a custom... What am I talking about? To use a custom, enum for the, like, light modes and shit like that. Yeah, so we're gonna say, mode? Appearance. Yeah, appearance, I think, is appearance. That's what I called it in the original, so I think that's good. Yeah. Which is, so type appearance is a... Do we make this a string enum, or do we make this just a regular enum? Yeah, I think let's make this a string enum. Whoops. And that's going to be const light appearance is equal to light. Let's do dark, and system, which is appearance, and is equal to system. Right, and then if I remember from what I was doing fucking around with this, we go to my app dot lifeset metadata. No. Dot, is it settings? Primary color theme variant? Yeah, theme variant. And that'll get me a theme variant, which is a uint, and settings card. Oh, that's in my own component. Okay. So it's a theme variant. I just want to see the different variants. That's all I want to see. A theme variant, right? Okay, so then where is this referenced? Just here? Theme color, I guess? Color name. Again, that's just a string. And doesn't really give me any references. Fair enough. Find theme color names. I just Google's AI is pretty good when you just want like just something to like fucking know what you're talking about. You know what I mean? Creating a custom theme. Let's see. Writing a custom widget, custom layout. I don't care. Architecture, scaling widgets, organization and packages. I don't care. Getting started. Using Go routines. Okay, that might be something we need to look at. Oh, it has its own do function. That's cool. For desktop, mobile packaging, running a browser. Let's see. Adding shortcuts to an app. We can create shortcuts. That's cool. System tray menu, compile options. OpenGL. Ooh, okay. That's cool. Migrations. I don't really give a fuck about migrations. App tabs, drawing a rectangle, line, widgets, label, button, entry, choices, form, collections, data binding. Yeah, I just want to look at the different theme colors, right, or theme variants. So fine variant names. Light mode, dark mode. Cool. Variant system preference. Sure. Theme variant. Is it just default? Okay, so here, let's try theme dot oh no, so it's variant and dark. Defaults theme? Right, or my app preferences. I'm just going by the names at this point. Nope. No. Okay. Or is it my window? Canvas. Fixed size, full screen, resize. Set icon, set main menu, set master. Padded, show and run. Okay. I guess canvas. Okay. Well, is what it is. It's fine. That theme variant. So I guess it's just like light or dark. Yeah. Right? Print line variant. I know I spelled variant wrong, but I don't care. One, which I believe is like light, correct? Yeah, okay. Alright. Are being deprecated without any replacement. Oh, that's in 2023. I don't care. Alright, that's fine. I don't really care. Okay. Let's fix this spelling mistake as well. Okay, I think we can add a button. Yeah, I think we can add a button to add... Yeah, I think we can add a button to, like, add to the UI. So that's what we're gonna do. We're gonna do... How do I want to do this? So we have our grid, and we want to create a UI, which is... I guess we could start by just creating a button. I think that makes sense. Yeah, var... or, yeah, we'll just say btn for right now. We'll clean everything up eventually. Is... widget... No, I want to do widget dot button, I guess. Yeah. Dot new button. New button with icon, I guess. Yeah. And no text, but it's going to be theme dot add icon. Let's see, so find icons. Theme icons, there we go. I'm looking for a plus symbol, content add. Content add icon. And then we'll do function. We'll have nothing for right now. That's fine. Declared and not used. You are correct. Let's say btn. Okay. Should I create a custom component? Yeah. Let's create a custom component. Why not, right? We can always trim it if we need it, or if we don't need it. Add, which is a structure, and I think I can just do... I can copy delete, essentially. Let's clear up the screen a little bit. Alright, delete. That is going to be... add, right? Yeah. Okay, and new... Card, not new. Add. There you go. And not the cancel icon, but content add icon. There we go. And then, let's see. I think, should I add maybe like a border container? Yeah, I know. So I know that in my research I came across this little trick that button container, which is a container new, and that's going to be layout dot grid wrap layout would find new size. Let's do 65 65. That just seems like a nice round number. And the objects, we're gonna have the button, and then we're gonna have a button border, which is a container new border of nothing on the top and bottom, and then, or maybe like a spacer. I'll probably put a spacer on the top and bottom, and then the left is nothing, and the right is our button container. And then in the top of this, we do our button border. I think that's how that trick worked, right? Yes, it is. There we go. I am happy with that. Look at that. I mean, it doesn't do anything, but yeah. Okay. That's cool. I think 65 and 65 are a little too big. Let's do 30 for 30. Might be a little too big. That's a little too small. Let's do 50. Just trial and error, really. Yeah, I think 50 is okay. Yeah. That's a decent size, you think? Yeah, okay. That's fine. Okay. So then we'll say button dot extend, and then we'll say So we have a callback, right? Button with icon. Because we'll say, hold on. So that's components dot new add, and a callback is just going to be that for right now. Yeah, that's good for right now. I guess maybe what I could do is like set it to disabled, and then with the mouse in, you can, right? Because I think there's mouse in events. I hope there's mouse in events. There should be. Find mouse event. Okay, there is. There's tapped, right? And then mouse down, mouse up, mouse in, mouse out. There we go. Okay, so that's definitely something I want to do. And then we'll say delete, not desktop, delete. Why can't I spell? Dot disable. There you go. And then we'll add these little shits, which is add, and I don't really need the event. Mouse in. We're gonna say, is this, oh, delete. Why is this delete? It's supposed to be add. There we go. Yeah. Add dot enable, and then add, I guess, dot refresh for right now, and then we'll see what else is working. Let's see. Okay, disabled, and then it's enabled. Okay. Because that's how we're gonna get, like, I guess, focus on it, like, to make it look, yeah. Add dot refresh. I don't know. Here, button mouse in enable. It's hoverable. Right, and then mouse out is add dot disable. Oh, okay, here, yeah. So if not add dot disabled return, and then if mouse, or if add dot disabled return, because it's already disabled, and then add refresh. I think that's okay. I think that's how you do it, right? Not really. I guess maybe should I just enable it by default? Oh, that's just the default. I'm dumb. I'm really fucking dumb. You don't need to disable a mouse when it's out of the scope. It's a button. You can't push the button unless your mouse is over it. Yeah. Oh, mouse in is disable, right? Or no, enable, right? Yeah. Add disable. I think that's right. Dot disableable widget on tapped. Create render cursor disable enable focus gained. Mouse moved is called when a desktop pointer hovers over the widget. Oh. Okay, so let's do that, and then we'll do this essentially, and then we'll just figure shit out in the meantime. What did I do in the copy? Nothing. Or in the card. Is there a card? Like focus move in? No. Okay. Add pointer to add. And we're storing the button as a pointer, so it has interior mutability. I just want to see. No, yeah. Okay, that's not necessarily what I was getting at, but okay. Cause it's just like a matter of like user experience, you know what I mean? Like it has nothing really to do with really the mouse in. It just has everything to do with the user experience. And it just kind of shows like you're clicking on the button, if that makes any sort of sense. I'm gonna try this for the delete button and see what happens. Should be interesting. Delete, and then add delete. Let's see. I just want to see what happens. Yeah, nothing. Okay. Yeah, that's fine. Fair enough. Right, I'm not deleting any of it. Yeah, no, move out, yeah. Okay, and then add. I think I'm just gonna comment this out for now, because we might use that later. I don't know. Let's see. So, how long have we been going for? About an hour? Okay. card, yeah. So delete. I think what I'm gonna do. So you find dot container. Oops. It's new delete, and the function is the delete container new border. Yeah. Well. I have an idea. Card title is that, and then what I can do is do var delete is well, no, actually, because then I have to create the box. Yeah. Huh. That's interesting. Because enable to separate the container from the function, or the container from the component, I have to do that. Hold on. Okay, so maybe if I just do that, is that something that I can do? Does that work? No, it does not. Why does it not work? I guess card.set content? No, it's still nil. Yeah. Okay, so I guess I might have to, well... Yeah, I might have to pass the parent. Okay, the parent element. Which is, I believe, a widget... Widget card? It's either a card or it's a container. Right, which is... card type, or no, parent dot remove, no, find button remove from parent element. There you go. Window, label, button, label and button. Items to remove. Okay. Container.remove item. Container.remove item. The parent container is the container. Oh boy. This, right, okay, so new VBox objects. So if I just create no, because I need the parent of the card itself. That's the thing. Yeah. Okay. I guess maybe I can pass in the parent of the card. No. Maybe I can make a function to like add a card. No, yeah, I think as a card, I think that should be stored or something. Yeah. Yeah. All right. Here, this is what I'm gonna do. So this is a fine, not canvas, object? No. Container, find a container. There you go. And parent dot remove. I guess card? Yeah, and then I guess I could, with the card itself, though. Yeah, that's a bit fucky, isn't it? Yeah. I guess card. Card? Theme, and then we'll do the parent, which is a fine container. And that'll get our parent. Right? Fine get parent widget in separate scope. Can't spell separate. I guess, yeah, I have to store the parent, but I can't store the parent. So that's the problem. Okay, that's fine. So I just have to pass the parent, which is pain in the ass, and then I guess card too. Yeah. So we're gonna get rid of these, and we're gonna say this, right? And then add an add button. Let's see. So how am I going to create like a widget? Do we know? Variant not used. Yeah, that's okay. Fine. Right, okay. That's my watch just telling me to exercise. Yeah, okay, so I think we're just gonna set it here, as in, like, okay, so then content dot add, I don't know, new card, title is test, text. Oh, I don't need to have the text anymore because we're we're just using the title. Yeah. So that's fine. Title test, so parent is content and theme variant is variant. There you go. Yeah. I don't like how I have to do that, but I do. Okay, and nothing is working. Huh. That is interesting. That is very, very interesting. Very interesting. Content, right? Because content is here. This is the grid layout that we need. Oh, and then I forgot to refresh. And then content.refresh. And of course, this cannot be inline anymore, which is only fair. There we go. We can add cards, and then removing them doesn't work. Shit. Oh, wait, no, wait, yeah. Removing them does work. Again, we just forgot to refresh. Which is a common thing with me. Yeah, so here, func remove callback. And what does that need? That needs the parent, which is a fine container, card, which is a card, and then the that's it. And then this returns callback. And we're going to return a function that does parent remove card and then parent refresh. And we're going to say remove callback. And that's the parent and the card. Okay, and then that should work. Create. Ah, damn. Why is this not working? Huh. Remove from parent items to parent container dot remove. Should be able to remove, right? Yeah. Add button. And then parent refresh. Why, on God's green one, is this not working? That is very interesting. That is very interesting. The callback is the callback. So we have a new button with an icon. I guess because... Do we not call the click event? Here, let's see. So let's do print line clicked. Or I guess delete, yeah. No. It's not calling delete. Okay. It's new delete. What is that? Oh, because I'm stupid. That's why. Because we call a function within a function, so I just had to... Okay. All right. There we go. And then that, and we can remove. There we go. That's pretty fucking simple. And that's pretty fucking cool as well. Yeah. I don't like how this is done, personally. But I don't really see anywhere around... I don't really see, like, any way around it, you know? Yeah. I mean, I can make, like, a function. Yeah, so, like, you could do, like, func add button. Sure. We'll just do add button for right now. And that'll... Come on. That'll take parent element, which is a fine container. And I guess the variant. Yeah, variant, which is a fine theme variant. Theme variant. There we go. And that'll return nothing as far as I'm concerned. Yeah, and this is just like practice. Yeah. So we're gonna do that, and instead of calling, so that's parent at, oh no, but I still have to, yeah, I still have to take in the parent. Fuck. Like, I just don't like how you have to call the parent twice and add it to that. Yeah. You know what I mean? Or I guess, right, what this can do is pass in or get a new card, right? We're gonna return, and that'll be a components card. And then we can do, oh no, wait, yeah, never mind. No, that's dumb, yeah. Yeah. Okay. Well, yeah, I think I'm just stuck with that looking weird, which is fine, I guess. Yeah. All right. I think we get started on the actual, like, GUI structure. Make sure everything's nice and organized, because we have a working project, essentially. I do want to add a label, though. That is something I want to add. Where can I add a label, you think? Yeah. Maybe you think after the button container? Yeah, and then we just do... let's do, yeah, label. Okay, so let's create our label first. So that's a label. So label. Create our label. Yeah, label, sure. Labiatic label. I don't know. Label is widgets. New label with data. Label connected to the specific data source. So it's, yeah. Widget with the set text content. Yeah. Okay. Let's just do text, right? Passwords. And we'll do okay, so text alignment. So find text align center, leading, trailing. I think that's all my options. Let's do trailing. Yeah, let's do trailing. And then find style. Oh, so I have to create the structured. Okay. And what do I need to pass in? Bold, italic, monospace, symbol. Okay. Tab width and underline. I guess just bold then. True. That's a boolean. I don't know. I'm just seeing like what I would like to do with this. Let's see. And then in the left, we can do a label, I believe. Pretty sure. And let's see what our label produces. Okay. That's not bad. Yeah. I can work with that. That's fine. Or maybe here, let's maybe make the content the label. Let's make the content the label. Is that gonna fuck with things? That's gonna fuck with things. Okay. Ooh, actually, you know what? What's the disparity between the sizes here? Oh yeah, that's pretty. Yeah. Okay. Fair enough. So I think I'm gonna try that little trick again. But we're gonna do it for the label. I'm gonna say container new grid 50/50, and we'll say label, and that's a label container. Yeah, that's fine. And then we'll do label container. Let's see how that works. I'm curious myself. Yeah, that didn't go so well. So let's do 20. Still no. Okay. Seems to not want to work. Okay. That's fine. Ooh, actually, you know what? Let's do container center, maybe? Label container. See what happens. Might be worth it. No, it is not worth it. Right? And then, yeah, even if I maximize, yeah, no, okay. So never mind. Let's just do label. Okay, that's fine. And then on the bottom of the border, I want to do a fine, or is it in layout, I guess? Layout, new spacer? No, not spacer. I want to do fine separator? Widget separator. Okay. Widget separator, new separator. There you go. Okay, let's try that. Oh, all right, yeah, that looks good. I'm vibing with this now. I'm vibing with this. And then we can exit out and we can copy. And if we control V, there you go. That's all good. Love it. I'm vibing with this now. I genuinely am. Okay. I think we have a decent application here. So let's organize the shit out of it. Right? So button. I think maybe an add, right? Add, yeah, we're gonna do like add base. Yeah. Yeah, like add base, I guess, for the button. And we'll do this. Yeah. Okay, that's fine. Let's see, what do I need? Components. New add. Okay, so that's function. That's fine. Content refresh. Whoops, that's a breakpoint. I really don't like debugging with this. That's good, actually. Yeah. Don't really care about that. And we'll say const. Oh, okay. So yeah. So then we'll do callback and then width, which is uint 8, and height, which is a uint 8. And we'll say callback, width, and height, which are uint 8. I know you can kind of do like width and height. You can kind of combine these with like commas, like height. You know, you can do that technically. But I just don't like to do that in terms of like readability. I just think it's dumb. Add dot width is width, and add dot height is height. Good. Okay. And then button container is then btn. Can I do btn container? Is that something I could do? No. No, I cannot. Okay. That's fine. And I guess func, let's actually justify using inheritance, because why not? Yeah, add, and we'll say parent. There we go. That's how we're gonna do it. We're gonna do parent, right? And we'll say, and that's going to do a fine container. And that's gonna return this, and it's gonna be add. There you go. That's great. And then add dot width, and then add height. There we go. And I think I'm going to add width and height to this as well. We don't really need the removed boolean. Yeah. It was going to be for like removing the card and like checking to see whether the password had been removed from the database, so that when we loaded it initially, we wouldn't have to load the card if it was removed. But I think that's superfluous. I think you just load whatever's in the database. If it's removed, it's removed. In the original Python version, you had to sort of like refresh, and like you couldn't like remove anything because that's just how the library we were using worked. But I think in like Go that's superfluous, so we're just gonna delete it for now, and that's fine. Width, see uint8, and height, which is a uint8, because it should not be more than 255. The height and width of this card, it really shouldn't. Right, and then we'll say card height or width is width, and card dot height is height. Whoops. HEIGHT. And we'll say the parent. No, yeah, we'll do the func card parent, and that's going to return a fine container. And I think what that's going to do is create this, essentially, and get our grid. Yeah. Right? No, because we only need one grid. Yeah. So I guess set parent as well? Or should we just store the parent? I think maybe that's probably... Yeah, alright. We're just going to store the parent, which is a fine container. And then func add set parent which is a fine container, and that is going to say add container, or add parent is parent. And then we'll comment that out because I still need that, and we're going to return add parent. There you go. Okay. And then callback. First we have the parent, which is a fine container. Add parent is parent. There we go. Yeah, okay. I think that's fine. And then card. Yeah, I think we're just going to store the parent. Find.parent, or find.container. There you go. Yeah. Yeah, okay, that's fine. And then width and height are uint8s. And that's going to be return card parent and func. Let's see. It's not going to return anything, and that's going to say parent is parent. Which is a fine container. Okay, that's great. Okay. And then I no longer need this. And then... yeah, and then I can kind of... yeah, okay. I know what I'm doing. I think. I'm pretty sure I do. Card, parent. There you go. And card, and then we no longer need this. And we'll say card, parent. Or actually, I could just pass the card. Yeah. And that makes this function a whole lot simpler. Okay, I like that. I want to get rid of this. I want to get rid of this promptly. Yeah. That was the whole thing with doing the appearance enum, is that we're trying to get rid of like get resource. Yeah. It doesn't matter. So yeah, okay. And then we'll go to we're not adding any more components. Well, I mean, I guess I could add a component. Yeah. Do we want to add a component? Here, let's see. Okay, so fine label width size. A resize, yeah. Canvas.text label. With data, I do have to check out like binding. Okay, so data binding. What is data binding? Let's read about this. So data binding is a powerful new addition to the Find tool that was introduced in version 2 by using data we could avoid managing many standard objects like label, buttons, and lists. The built-in bindings. Okay, so let's see here. Let's look at the example. I'm getting nothing out of that. Is bound string binding new string? Okay, bind string to get. Okay. Bound in get. Okay, so you can get, sure. Built-in binding support many primitive types lists such as string list, map, structs. Each of these types can be created using a simple constructor function. For example, creating binding is 0 value. You can use binding new string. You can get a set of value binding get and set methods. Fair enough. Also, part of bind an existing value using similar functions whose names start bind, and they all accept a pointer to the type bound. To bind to an existing int, you can use bindings.bindInt, keeping a reference to the... okay, I don't care. Binding simple widgets, string initial value, label with data. Okay. Two-way binding. I might have to explore that, either off stream or in a different session. But I think that's cool. So labels. Label. Okay. Choices. Progress bar and a toolbar. Okay. let's see. So do I want to create here? So here's what I was trying to do there is do I want to create like a custom component for the label? I don't think I do. Yeah. Um, yeah, no. I think I'm good on components for right now. I think I'm good on components. So I think just in the UI, we're going to create a simple GUI application. Package UI. Can we knock anything off the checklist? To add a card to the grid, add and refresh. Oh, okay, yeah. We add. We can knock add off the checklist. Button needs to be a separate component. That we cannot. It will be stored within the card. That we can knock off. So now we just need events and loading the actual passwords, which we will get to in a minute. Okay, so then now we're gonna say type GUI, sure, and we'll make that a struct. And this is gonna hold settings, of course, settings, which is settings.settings. And this is gonna hold I guess a list of components. Yeah, but I have to create like I have to make these more or less what was I getting at? I have to make these more or less like I have to use dependency inversion is the computer science term, but I have to make these more generic and add interfaces. Which I don't know if I really want to do that right now, but I guess I can. Yeah, that's not too bad of an idea. Card. I guess, right, okay, so what do I actually need? What do I actually need to paint? Right, so it's paint, update, is that it? Yeah, paint, update, destroy. Yeah, I think that's it. That's all the like generic methods that I need. But you don't necessarily need to do that. Yeah. Which is a conundrum in terms. Because you have like the delete button. You don't really need to do anything with the delete button. You know? I mean, I guess you can add like a container to a delete button or a copy button. Like you don't really need, yeah. That is interesting. Widget.icon. Can I add a pointer there? I remember pointers were a little iffy. Not used variant. That's fine. Button container. Where is that? Okay. You would be correct on button container. So where is that button container? this in add, right? Yeah. So let's say btn container is equal to that, right? No, yeah, okay. So here's what I'm gonna do. In add, I'm gonna create a default function that just kind of like adds everything to the UI. You know what I mean? So I think like yeah, like makes the container and everything. So yeah, so we're gonna do func make add, right? Or no, because this has to be public. Yeah, this has to be public. Okay, whatever. And that is going to return, I guess, an add. Yeah. This has to be public because it's two different packages that we're using, because we're going to use this in the GUI to like paint everything. Like I'm trying to do an ECS essentially, but it's hard. It's hard to do it when this library is like one simple and two quirky as fuck. Because it has its quirks and it's so dumb what they are. Like the fact that like here, like in the like just as an example, like in the card, I have to do this. I have tried using the constructor provided by the library. I have tried even just not setting it at all because new should set the card. And it still just doesn't do anything. So I don't know. Well, here, hold on. Maybe I just have to like extend the widget. Is what I'm maybe thinking. Is what I'm maybe kind of sort of thinking a little bit. Right, and then container new. We're gonna copy this, and this is so this is the btn container. And this is wrap and float dot width. No, we're gonna do, what was the width we did? Was it 30-30, right? Yeah, 30-30, I think. Pretty sure. Okay, and then the button, of course. So let's create a new add, yeah. Which is the btn, and that equals components new add, and the parent is I guess content. Is that correct? Right? No. It's the container itself. And we have to kind of do what we're doing with the button. Right, so it's the btn container. And the callback is function, yeah, okay, content add components new card, title, width is, I believe, what's the width of the actual button? Do I need the button width? Because we're not really using the button width necessarily. Yeah, here, let's not have the width and height, because we're not using that necessarily. I can always put it back if I need it. Yeah, so I don't need the title. The parent is, of course, the content, and the theme variant is the variant. Okay, and then the button, component, new card, add. Dot add. Okay. That should be it, no? Not enough arguments. It has container and a callback. Alright, yeah, maybe I don't need like the width and height as well. Because like realistically, you don't necessarily need that width and height. Yeah. So I think that's it. And then just the button container. And then tn container that add btn. That should be fine. And it is not. Okay. That's very interesting. I don't know, didn't we do like 50-50 for the size? Because I saw that button was a little small. Just a little, yeah, okay. And then, all right, runtime error, which we go to 37, show and run. Okay, and then just it cannot run. That's interesting. Okay. Any particular reason? Because it only happens when we click the add button. Which is, yeah. Content add, I think, right? I'm pretty sure it's content, right? Yeah. That was what we had initially here. Okay, so let's go back a minute. Oh. And takes a oh, so it needs the parent, which I believe is the button container. Yeah, and let's kill the button real quick, because then we can move this down, and it needs the parent, which is the button container. In the add, do we really need the parent? I mean, like, what are we doing with the parent, is my question. We don't need the parent, as far as I know. So I'm going to get rid of the parent. Like, why do we need the parent? The only one that really needs the parent is the button. As far as I'm aware. Right? Is the only one that needs the parent is the card. Okay. Well, that's new. Okay, I guess it has something to do with like card. Yes, it does. Okay. Widget card, icon, and button. Maybe do we do that for icon? Maybe because it is a pointer. Is that my problem? Yeah. Yes, it is. Okay. Huh, that's interesting. Maybe icon is equal to this icon, widget icon. Yeah. Okay. And then copy, of course. Test. Okay. That was weird. But yeah, okay. Text, I don't need that. GUI, right, yeah. So it's settings, and then we have the password manager. Which I believe is going to take a pointer. Manager. And that's, oh, it's shift.perl. And then we'll say battle. And then, right, so what do we have in the original? So we have a password manager. How do we... We're just operating on from the password manager itself. Because the database, you get all. Okay. Okay, that's interesting. Extend. Let's go to shift. Alright here. Right, okay. Can I get like an is empty? Maybe I should do like a table is empty. You know what I mean? Table, insert many. Let's see if determine if SQL table is empty. Because it can exist, but if it's empty, okay. Select count. Simple but slow on large tables. We don't want that. How to efficiently check if a table is empty. You are looking for indications of tables for the SQL is 6 keyword. Huh. I don't know. I think... Right? Because if we have an empty table, right? Okay, so let's rename this to, or let's rename this to UI, and we can then remove the underscore here. So as you can see, I have no table set up right now. There's no table in this directory, right? Yeah, so UI main grid. Oh yeah, grid is, I can probably get rid of grid. That can be ignored. That was just me testing last stream. Let's get rid of a lot of these tabs. And then main. Where are my red dots in main? SQL no module. Okay. Go mod tidy then. Oh, I can't spell. That's the problem. Okay. Yeah, there you go. So I have no file here. So let's do build release. And key nothing does not exist, which is fair enough. But I just need bin main. I could have just compiled. It doesn't matter. Then I need what, YouTube? Oh, because there is data. Oh, I'm just a thicky dum dum. Cannot access empty key at map YouTube. So value error, which is in 113. Get. Ah, okay. Get. Cannot access empty, right? So then I know I had an empty check here somewhere. Did I not have an empty check? Table. Yeah, here we go. If result, oh, that's get all. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, you know what? I think that's okay because it ran the application, right? If you think about it, it ran the application and got even to here, right? Because if we just do this and then check if there's an error, and then I'm going to comment all this out for right now. And then after this, return, and then just do nothing after this. Oh, actually, I could just comment that out. Okay. Then if I compile and run, nothing's going to happen. Right? I'll even delete the data. Nothing's going to happen. Okay. So that's fine. Okay. I just wanted to make sure. Okay, that's good. So then we're just loading everything. So we're operating on the password manager itself. Okay. Yeah. Oh, but we also need a table. Because of inserting. Yeah. Or, alright, so here, let's see. Find on exit. Because what I want to do is on exit. Wrap is multiple if you want to terminate only when a specific primary window. You can designate it as the master using the set master function. I actually have to read up on set master because that's probably what I was trying to do with the parent thing. Ensures that if the exact way the app terminates, regardless of whether other secondary windows remain open. Oh. That's going to be good when we get into forms. I don't know if I want to do forms today. By default, automatically exits when you close it. If you want to change that behavior, such as hiding the window instead of closing it, for a system tray app, you can intercept the close event using set. Okay, all right. So that's something I gotta do. Set close intercept. Okay. So I think maybe just in the intercept, I can, like, on close, we can do the GUI dot on close, and you can, like, set that. And I think that's where we're going to need the database. Which I think is fine because this is, the table is generic. It's generic and it's an interface. So I think that's fine to just rely on the on close. Yeah. Okay. Objects to view. Yeah. Okay, so let's go here. And I think, should I store any function, like on close, on open? No, yeah, I don't think, no. Because that's fine. I don't really care. So, yeah, that's good. That's okay. Right, okay, so new GUI. Should I capitalize this? I think I should capitalize this, yeah. Just looks nice. And we're gonna get a parole, which is the shift parole. Interior mutability, of course, and then the settings. And that's gonna return a GUI. Var GUI is a pointer to a GUI and is equal to a new GUI. And then we're gonna return, I know in 1.26 they kind of reinvented the new function, right? Is it 1.26? Here, let's see, Golang 1.26 new. Is it gonna give me a summary? Well, kinda. Yeah, so like you can kinda, I think, like pass in values. Like here, let me see real quick. We're gonna, do we have any activity? I know I'm checking this like 2 hours into the stream, but I might as well. Let's see. Yeah, okay. So I guess maybe what I can do is do parole and then settings. Is that a thing? No. Okay. All right. Fine. But no, they did change the behavior in 1.26, and we are using 1.26. It accepts an expression. So it returns a, I believe it's an L value. Is it L value or R value? Is it left or right? I think it's, yeah, it's an L value if you know C++, or C. Yeah. But I don't necessarily know how to use that feature, and I'm not gonna go searching for it. Like, I'm not gonna, like, for something that's so minuscule and like really not worth it, because I already just have my own little pattern that I do here. Like, it's not really worth it. It really isn't. So then we'll do GUI dot parole is equal to parole, and GUI dot settings is equal to settings, and then we'll return the GUI. There you go. And we're gonna do, let's see, so what do I need to do? I need to like paint the components. I need to like add a component, but like what is a generic component? That's what I'm kind of getting at, is like, what is a generic component? Because maybe what I could do is go for the is like get the parent and then kind of just have that be what it is, and then just do paint. But not all of the components need the parent element. So here, generic Viagra. Generic drugs. Yeah, okay, that's fair enough. Generic GUI component. Golang. Those are a list of libraries. Lightweight turn. I don't need libraries. I need example. HTML template. Oh, fuck off. HTML templates. No, that isn't what I want. Beautiful GUIs in Golang. I don't know, it might have something. Oh, they're using Whales still. Whales isn't bad. I like Whales. But just like fine is so much easier to do, and like they have a lot of like OOP based components. Like, if you've been watching the streams, like this is very sort of like OOP coded, you know, and like object oriented, which I love. You know, my coding background is in like loving OOP, and especially like learning to code when OOP was getting its like second revival sort of thing. This is like 10 years ago. Yeah. In fact, is it 10 years this year that I did my first coding project? I think what is 2016, right? It was after I graduated secondaries. It was after I graduated secondaries. I did my first like actual like coding project where I got money for it. So that's when I consider like my coding experience to have started, if I were have to put like a linear. Yeah, it was like right after I graduated secondaries that I did my first like paid coding project. I mean, like, I coded around for fun. I did some hacking projects when I was younger, when I was a kid, trying to learn computer science and everything. And like, when I was a kid, I loved like the Matrix, and like I'd always want to be like this cool little hacker and shit like that. And You know, shit didn't work out, but I'm trying. Yeah. No. Yeah. I don't really any ideas in chat. Anybody? Um, how we can sort of make this generic. I don't know. I guess maybe like it has like a list of cards. That could be something. You know, it has like it stores each individual component. That's not how I want to do it, but I think just for a clean and simple, because we're over 2 hours. We're almost 2.5 hours now. So I think just for the sake of simplicity, I'm just gonna have to like do that and then I guess just make it functional then. Right? Because in the original implementation, what do I have? I have just a list of cards. But cards, here's the thing. Cards in the components of the original have oh wait, no they don't. I was going to say the cards have the password. They don't. And they don't need to. So I think I can just do a list of cards and then a couple UI components. Right? Because if we go back to the original GUI, right, we just have a width, height, a database, and a settings. And then a list of cards. Right? Like, where are we using the list of cards is my question. Add card. Okay, so add cards. For cards, self.cards. So you're clearing the cards. So that's like refreshing the UI. And then you're creating a card. You're appending it, and then you're painting it. Which paint cards is doing that. And then card.setup. What is card.setup? Clear. So that's like painting the card. Okay. Maybe, right, okay, so if I go to card, I have the parent, right? So maybe if I do, like, paint, maybe is that a decent idea? Paint, and then, so the copy component, no, I think I just need the card. Yeah. I just need the card. I mean, I could just make this functional. I could just very well make this functional, but I need to store the setting state and I need to store the manager state. Yeah, I think that's the only state I actually need to store. Yeah. Okay. So I think for the sake of my sanity, we're just gonna build each component. I think just each component is going to have like a paint, right? Which is gonna take in, I guess, a parent? Oh, that's what I could do. Yeah, for the card, right? Is that feasible at all? Is like have a paint function and then just have it take in the parent. Which is what I'm doing with add base. Because card.set content, which is add base. Because that gets a container. Yeah. I think that's pretty good. Right? Yeah. Okay. I think that's what I can do. All right, so we're gonna not pass in the parent. And then we're just gonna do paint, which is gonna take in a parent, I guess. Even though I don't really need to. Yeah, I don't really need to, but I am. Or no, yeah, okay. We'll take in a parent, and we'll say that's a fine container. And that's, right? Okay, because copy, paint, how do I copy, how do I add the, so I have a delete button and a copy button. How do I paint those? That's a good question. That is a good question. No, yeah, I think that's just dumb. I think I can. I think I can just. I don't want to, but I think I'm just gonna store each component. I think that's fine. Yeah. Okay, so if I go back to the, yeah, we're gonna say paint I guess add, right? Paint add button, which is gonna take in an add button, or button, add button. I am gonna sort of rename everything. Or components.add. Yeah, components. There you go. And I don't think that's gonna return anything. So how are we painting this here? Oh, okay, yeah. So I do need the height and width. No, I don't need the height and width. That's fine. Or the dark mode, really. Yeah. I don't need the variant either. Yeah. I mean, I guess. Yeah, kind of do. Paint an add button. So how do we have an add button? So we just take in an add button, and then we also have this. Or I guess at header. I'm gonna create like a header component, and then that does everything like that. Yeah, I think, okay, so let's do header. Type header, which is a struct, and what is a header? Is it just a struct? I think it's just a struct. Right? Because what am I doing with the UI? I think it is just a container.newBorder. Yeah. Yeah, okay, that's fine. And then what I can do is like have like a label. Yeah. The movie Watchmen just started on my TV. I forgot to turn it off again. But the movie Watchmen just started on the TV. I love that movie. I really do. The Zack Snyder one. It's a good goddamn movie, man. It really is. Right? Is that what this is? Yeah. Yes, it is. Okay. I get distracted easily. Those that watch my channel know exactly what I'm talking about. But yeah, so the header, I think it just needs like a label and an add button. I don't think I'm gonna make this generic. I think just a label, which is a fine label, or a widget label. Yeah, widget label. That's fine, and then a button, which is add. There you go. And I don't need these as public. And then func new header, which is going to say, oh, well, yeah, so I guess paint. And then right in the GUI, right? Yeah. And then the GUI needs a window, of course, right? So that's a window, which is a fine window. That's a fine window right there. Or what? What is the type of the window? Fine window. Okay. Right. And then dot new window. Set content. None of these take pointers. Okay. Sure. I think I'm gonna have this be a pointer anyway. Yeah, and then we'll have like a func paint, which will be public. And I don't know if that's gonna return anything, but it's essentially gonna do this. And this is gonna be, oh yeah, this needs to be a receiver function. Window, undefined pointer, oh, okay. That's fine. We just gotta dereference. Okay, yeah, so find new size, which is the settings, or GUI settings dot width, and then settings, or GUI dot set, right? Yeah, GUI dot settings height. There you go. And then set the content of this, our border. Yeah. Needs a window and then a container. I guess that would be like a frame in TK. That'd be like a frame. Right? Because how do we paint the frame? What are we... In the GUI, we just have the root. And then we have a frame. Which paint frame... We just create the frame. Okay, well... I guess in the UI... My head's itchy. In the UI, we have... Let's see. A border. And we need a button border. This is our header. Or no. This is our I guess window. Yeah. Yeah. Which I think set content. Can we not like window GUI.window? Oh yeah, we gotta do reference. Add, is that a thing? Fine window add content. Is it like through like the canvas or something? No, I don't want to set the content. I mean, I guess I kind of have to, right? Yeah. Paint add button. Yeah, and then that's going to give me a fine container, and then I think, yeah, func paint, which is, I don't think, going to take anything, and then that'll be a receiver. GUI. Paint, and that'll be a fine container. And that's going to paint the add button. Var add container, which is a fine container. And that equals paint the add button. And I still need to paint the add button, right? Because the add button yeah, needs a parent. Needs to add a new card. Which is, yeah. So add a new card. It needs the parent object because it needs to, delete the parent. So that's the problem I'm having. I mean, I could create an event system. I don't know. That might be next stream. So I just want to get something working right now, and then we can jazz it up with all like the fancy like ECS shit, and like, you know, event-based UI, which is what I'm more familiar with. Event-based UI. Just saying. Right, so the new card is the content, and we need the parent. We need the parent because of this. We delete, remove callback. Remove callback. I think, okay, all right. I think this can be a method, and then it doesn't have to return anything. Yeah, okay. Say card, and we can delete this, and it doesn't have to return. I mean, it can. Oh no, maybe that's what paint is for this, right? Where it takes in, so like paint for this, where it like takes in a VBox. Or no, where it takes in like what it needs. and then returns but set content. So it essentially card dot set content box. Or card dot add. Can I add? No. Content box. Yeah, and then we just need to call add base, and that does everything for us. Card.add base, and then that just returns the card, so that builds everything. The problem is I need the parent of the card. I need to construct with the parent. So in the original, to, where are we, in card, right? Yeah. We have frame, and then frame is passed throughout. But the card itself does not take a frame. So that's what I'm getting at, right? So okay, so hold on. So if we do my app, right, or find current app, driver life cycle, no, metadata, storage, preferences. No, we need find. We need to get the components. We need to get the individual sort of, app components. Yeah, sure. Get app components. Current app, driver, all windows. Okay. So right, get parent components, I guess, yeah. Component. Does not have an explicit parent. Yeah, I don't care. The container.objects. Okay, so if you get the container, hello, Lunar Dev. How you doing? You alright? We're kind of just, is that you that put the follow down? Because thank you for that, if it is. Really helps the fucking struggle bus that we're working on right now. Can I get the with parent element? So I need to get the objects, right? But for tree, or I don't care. Going up the high, cannot call it method standard. Yeah, okay, I get that. Embed the child, pass a reference to the parent when creating the child. That's what I'm trying to avoid, is passing a reference in the constructor. How's the stream going? Never saw us before, and yeah, it was me who followed. Yeah, okay, so thank you for the follow. Stream's going all right. We got here. Okay, so I'll. I guess I could show you what we have. Card. Let me just kind of clean this up a little bit. Okay, so I can do that, and then that just works, right? And then in UI. So I think if I just run UI, yeah. Name is UI. So this is what we have so far. So it's going good in the sense of, like, we have a working product, but I'm just now trying to, like, make it, like, better, if that makes any sort of sense. I mean, and in doing that, it has been a tiny bit of a struggle. So I'm not gonna end the stream until I have something that I'm happy with, or at least content with. So that's sort of the thing here. Yeah. Okay. So header, that's fine. I think that's just why the understandable. Yeah. Okay. Missing function body. That would be correct. So I'm just going to rename this to underscore so that Go ignores it. Missing function body in header. Yeah. Okay. Fine. That should build. Yeah, okay. So this is what we have so far. We can add cards and delete them. So, I mean, in that sense, it has been, let's see what, so yesterday was almost 5 hours of trying to do that. And then today, of course, we're right around about 3 hours. So, you know, we're chugging along. We're trying. Okay. So, where was I? Oh, yeah, okay. So, I'm trying to avoid passing the parent object to the card, but I don't see how I can do that. Shit. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna have to, like, set the parent. I don't think I have any other choice in the matter of, like, I need to, like, I have, okay, so set parent, like, I can asynchronously delay setting the parent, but either way, I need to store the parent, and I think to avoid the nil pointer, I'm just gonna have to work around the system that we have so far. Yeah. But, like, even, like, set content. Yeah. Like, right, okay, so what is our overall... What is our, like, overall container, right? Because we have the window, we have the container for the grid of cards, then we have the so the container of the grid of cards is within this container border. I think CNT is our overall frame. That's my personal belief here. And of course it is, because set content of CNT, but the problem is we need add functions. Yeah. Which, okay, so add would then create, I think just, you know what, I think just for now, we're just going to, because I'm kind of fucking over the fucking hedge with this shit. Right, okay, so here's my conundrum. I have to get from here, somehow, the overarching sort of GUI structure to pass a card and create each card individually. But I don't have a programmatic way of doing that. And to create the add button, which would be creating the header, I would need to know the child processes, which is coupling. It is cohesion. It's high cohesion, and I don't like it. Yeah. And I don't want to end the stream because I don't have something that I'm at the very least content with. Okay, you know what? I have an idea. So what I'm going to do is, instead of painting in the GUI, right? Instead of doing that, we're just going to have in each component file a, I guess, static paint function, which is just going to be paint, I think. Yeah, we're just going to have paint, which is going to return whatever heading is containing it, whatever container is containing it. In that sense, we have, so our heading, so this is our heading. This is our heading right here, right? Not to mention the add button. Yes. Okay. So that's what I'm gonna copy. That's what I'm gonna copy. For right now, and then we'll see what we need. Okay, so components, new, add. That's going to be passed in the constructor. So that's, we don't need that right now. That's, yeah, okay, so that'll be header. Right, okay, yeah, so header, we need to pass in. Okay. And then we'll say, I guess, size? Yeah. Height and width, yeah. So width is uint 8. And height is uint 8. And that'll be header dot width and header dot height. And then we have a button, which is header add. Oh, header dot button is what I called it. Okay, that's fine. And then we have a label. Did I copy or cut? I copied, so I can delete this. Kind of late now, but whatever. And then new center of header dot label. I think it's kind of gonna be like the keylogger, which was one of the first things we ever did on this channel, which was it's on the VOD channel, link in the channel links. Always has, always will be. Where it's kind of like we try to sort of trim the hedges and like everything that's either superfluous or redundant or kind of just extra, yeah. And then once we sort of do that, I think I'll see the forest through the trees. I think I'll see the light at the end of the, I'll see like a path I can carve. This is caked in metaphors. I don't know why I'm speaking like that. But yeah, no, I think I'll be able to see like a direction to follow once I sort of trim the fat. Once I sort of get everything in its own place. Which I probably should have done that in the first place instead of making it like, instead of just like putting everything in one container and in one file and then just splitting it afterwards. I probably should have just split everything beforehand just to get my mind in the in the right place to just get my mind in the right place to actually work on each component individually. That's going to be a fine container. And that's going to be a fine container. Like, I'm sure I'll get into a groove at some point. Button border. I think I'm going to do container. We're going to call this container. Well, no. That's going to shadow. Yeah. So we want to do... I guess frame is yeah, frame is good, and then border, which is a fine. Or actually, I could just return this. Yeah, I can just return this. And this is, instead of the button condition, it's our frame. And that's gonna paint there. Okay, and then to get a new header. All right, to construct a header, let's do our header. Header, new, var header dot. Yeah, okay. So let's pass in the label, which is a widget label, and a button, which is an add component, and then a height or width, and height, which is a uint. Just basically constructing the object. Header, button. I think just sort of like passing in this object to construct is fine. Like in the sense of like passing in each component to the constructor is fine. I know we had that problem with the card, but yeah, I don't think there's gonna be problems doing that. So width, and header height is height. And then return the header. Okay, so those are our individual components. And then, right, okay, so we have a header, essentially. Yeah, so I think in just GUI, right, when we're painting the add button, I think what I'm going to do is just paint the add button. Like, genuinely paint the add button. Yeah. I think I can get rid of this. Can I? No, not yet, but I will. Yeah, okay, so paint header. Yeah, there you go. And then I think, right, okay, so then in paint, we're not going to set the content yet, but we're going to paint it. Right, which is a fine container. So then we're going to do header? Yeah. Or, right, okay, so how would I do paint on a card? Card.add base. How would I do paint on a card? That's the thing. Right, because the header has paint, and then yeah, okay. So maybe we'll do header. There you go. And it's a method now. And then, okay, so I think I can start from the smallest components. So I think in the smallest components, these are easy. Because in a delete, what is the delete? No, I can't paint that. Yeah. Card is the one that I need. That's the component. Right? Add and card are the only components that I need. So, yeah. Here, so let's do add base. I guess, right, it's content, so I have the parent, essentially, right? Yeah, okay. So func card is paint. And that's going to return a fine container. And return card, I guess, parent? Yeah, so then I can comment these out. I don't really care about the parent, honestly. Yeah, because we add the content, and then the parent so we have a virtual, but so the parent is the grid. The parent is the grid. Okay, yeah, maybe I do need to pass in the card. Yeah, I think that's better instead of having it being a method. And then, okay, so card.set content box, that's fine. And then we can return the container, find.container. And we return the box, right? Paint. So my window. No, yeah, because I don't think. Yeah, I think maybe paint just gets like a parent object. Yeah. Oh, okay, so that's a fine container. And we're not going to do that. We're going to do, I guess, parent add. Yeah. Okay. Because it adds it to that. Okay, yep. I got it. Okay, and then we're going to do that. And I think remove callback, but like the add, but the add callback is, I don't need the add callback, so that's fine. But I definitely need the parent, which, yeah, okay. Add base, and then set content. Add base, and then that is the card. And in paint, we're not going to return. And this is going to get, we don't actually need the, well, I mean, I guess we need the parent, yeah. So that's fine Oh, wait a minute. Hold on a second. Yeah. Okay. So then I can get rid of passing the parent in the constructor, and I can pass it in the paint function. Aha. And then we can do parent, which is a fine container. Callback card, and then a fine parent, which is a fine dot container. I think that's fine. Yeah. Okay. And then I can get rid of this. Okay. That's what I wanted. Good, 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 good. Add copy icon, add label. So then we get the parent, which is a fine container. And we'll say card. Right, and then so then card or parent add card. Yeah. Right? And then I can also do this in paint. I guess right. Okay, so appearance, or like I guess yeah. Okay, appearance ANCE, which is a fine dot theme variant, and then we can say card appearance, and then card appearance is equal to theme. There you go. And then that's also card title. Actually, I don't even need to pass in the title, right? Yeah, I can just do that. Card.title, make default callback, takes in a content, which is the title. Okay, yeah, that's fine. Remove callback card parent, add label is card.title. There you go. And then card.set content. And then you just get the resource. Well, the parent is the parent. And then you get the resource. There you go. And then parent refresh. I'm pretty sure that's what I need to do. Yeah. Okay. And then what I can do is now in components create components, which is a type component, and that is an interface. Has my phone died? My phone died, so I don't have a way of easily looking at chat, but I will periodically pull up chat. So component then has paint, which takes in a parent, and that is a fine dot container. There we go. And then I have window and then a list of components. Yeah. So the two components that I have are header and card. That's not bad, right? And then okay, so then so header or card. Yeah. And then that takes in components, which is components.component, and I'm gonna say this is a collections dot collection of components. There you go. All right, now I know what I'm doing. So paint header, I don't care. So we're gonna do, let's see. Yeah, I think just, yeah, func GUI, which is GUI. This is paint singular, and I don't think this is really gonna return anything. I don't know, maybe like a, yeah, maybe a container. Yeah, fine. Container. So I think that's gonna be like the grid and everything, right? Yeah, so this is gonna be the content, right? Yeah. So then we have the content. And this is a fine container. Fine container. And so that's settings, or GUI settings. Settings. We go to width. And we'll do this here. There you go. Okay, so that's going to be our grid. And then, and then I think in setup, we're going to get like a bunch of cards. I think that makes sense. Yeah. And then, of course, we'll do this. Not right now, of course, but we will. So that's var. We're going to say button. Just define container. Or this is our button. Yeah, this is our button. Button container. Which is components add. I believe that's a pointer. Variant. I think in settings we can add variants now, yeah. Appearance, which is an appearance, which is UI appear. Oh, that's gonna, yeah, that's gonna be circular, isn't it? Yeah. Okay, maybe that should be in settings then. Yeah. Yeah, okay. And that'll be JSON appearance. There you go. Okay. And then that'll be GUI settings appearance. And of course that is not right, which is then we get settings dot appearance and settings dot appearance. So we take the dependency off of the GUI application. That's why we're doing this, is so that we can do, so we can be GUI agnostic eventually. You know, probably not, because we're like clearly using inheritance. But eventually. Okay, so then that adds the border, right? So that's paint, and then component. Then we'll go back to GUI, and we have a button and the content, and this is okay. So for now, we'll do test, but we will load in the GUI application. Yeah, we'll load in the passwords. I think it does need a window as well. Yeah. Let's add that to the no, let's add this to the beginning. So window, which is a fine window, and GUI window is window. And then, right, okay, so we'll just create test for right now, and then content.refresh, that's fine, and then it's settings.appearance, new card. Oh, yeah, okay, so I don't even need the parent, which is good. Yeah. Because then we do content add, and we don't need the parent, right? But then when we paint it, we do, right? Because then we'll do var card, which is card, components.card, and is equal to this. Okay. We'll do component cards, and is equal to this. And then card paint, right? Because card paint adds the base and then adds the, oh, wait a minute. Okay. That's how we do it. We turn it inside out, is we just do card paint. And the parent is content. We turn it inside out. There you go. All right, I like that. And then, right, okay, so then we have our button, and then we'll create our head. Is components header is equal to components new header, and the label. Okay, so our label is here. Var label, say widget label, And this is our label. Our button. Our width. What was our original width of the label? 50-50 for the header. Okay. I can do that. Anything else? Nope. Okay, so that's our header. And then button container, what do we set in the header? We set the container with that, and then we add the border, add the separator, and then the label and the frame. Header up. Okay, so we add the button and the frame. Okay, and then card. Yeah. Okay. I really hope this works because this is cool. And then we'll do header paint. The parent is, what is the parent actually, now that I think about it? Header.paint is border. What do you put the header on? The content? Oh, no. You want to create a border, right? You want to create an overarching border. Yeah. But border, new adaptive grid, I don't really give a fuck. Fine border set. Okay, let's just do border for right now. New border. Canvas objects, right. Border layout. So that is a layout, right? Yeah. So we have top, which is the button border. What is the button border? It's in the header, right? Yeah. The button border is here. That's the parent. That's the thing. Okay. So the button border is here. Anything in chat? No. Okay. Let's carve out some of this stuff just so I can see what I'm doing. So the button border is at the top. And then the content. This is our overarching. Yeah. CNT layout, hidden objects, add, move. Okay. Border, add top. I don't know, just for hypothetical reasons. Yeah, top widget. Yeah. Okay, I guess not. Yeah, chatbot's still up. Okay. Oh, well, actually, yeah. Okay, so I guess content would be. Yeah, so I can put this in the header. Okay. That's interesting. Right, because we have the border. Okay, I know what I'm doing. Var border is a fine container, and then we'll do parent add this. Right? Because we get our border, which this is our actual heading. And then well, that's the parent. Oh shit. Yeah, no, never mind. Right, because top, bottom, left, right, and then... Oh, okay. Alright, hold on a second. Yeah, okay, so I can get rid of this. Top, bottom, left, and right. Okay. Right. Border, add. Alright, I'm just gonna have to hope and pray. New header. Yeah, okay, so paint is content. Yeah. Or we're gonna say container new vscroll content. Huh? Oh, container.scroll. Oh shit. Is it vscroll? What's in UI? It's the border. Yeah, container.new vscroll content. New header. Why is this complaining? Shouldn't be complaining. Right, because we have the border. For the oh, okay. Frame. What are we expected? Found. Is that gonna stop yelling at me now? Okay, and then border. And I think that's fine. Yeah, but new vscroll. Okay. Is it widget new vscroll? Is it, what is it? No, container.new vscroll. With the content, yeah. Fuck. Okay, maybe, yeah, maybe it's content, and then in paint, we're gonna say, parent.add. I don't know. We're gonna chill with scrolling for right now. And then return. Is it content? Or I think it might be content. Right? New border. No, it isn't. No, okay. Yeah, that was a dumb idea. That was a dumb idea. But we live and we learn. Right? because we need to get the parent, which is this. Which is this, right about here. Header. And container dot new vscroll content. Header. Canvas object. Oh, I see. I see. Okay. Container or header paint. Right? Or no, header. I need the container object. That is a problem. Okay. How do I do it in the card again? Just call paint. And it adds and refresh. Okay. Whereas now we have a new border, which takes in... Or maybe the parent is the border. Right? Maybe the parent is the border. Because, right, okay, so what's in the UI? So we have... We have our button, we have our button container, our label, and then our border, which contains everything. And the content is the grid, so I don't want to do that. So button border. I guess, should I do new without layout? Is that something that I can do? I don't know. I don't want to really change anything. That's the problem. It's new border. So what a border is it's setting the top and then the center, which is the grid. That's what this is doing. Whereas this is making sure that our label and our button are kind of aligned and separated by a specific margin. Yeah. Okay, so then button new border. Button new border. How do I get from the header? How do I get from the header to... Let's see. Maybe I should just do a list of cards instead of components. Maybe that'll do it. Well, no, because I need a header. So that's the thing, yeah. Right, and then parent add. So right now the parent is... Right, so paint... What would paint be, right? So header, paint. What would be the header? The header would be, so the button border. This is the button border. The parent would be the border. Lovely. The button would be the border, right? And then we create a border. And a new vscroll with content, yeah. header. So that's the paint. I guess, should I do header paint? Which gets a parent and then returns a parent, returns a border? Yeah, okay, so let's do a private paint function. So let's do paint, and that gets a header. And that kind of just does the border. I think that's how we're going to do it. Yeah, that's how we're going to do it. So we're going to get this and then do header. And this is going to return a fine container. It's going to do that. And we're going to say paint, and we'll do this here. Right? And then parent set content? No, I can't set content from here. Yeah. We do that. Because we get the header and then the grid. And the grid is our content, right? So the UI, what's the parent of the grid? Nothing. The grid is its own parent, is its own separate UI element. Kind of back myself into a corner here. What happened? Oh, no, never mind. Button container label. So that's top, bottom, left, right, and then content. New v-scroll content. And then, like, what if I do this? Here, just bear with me. And then button border. Missing return. That's fine. We're just gonna comment that out for right now. In header, we're gonna comment that out for right now. Header found EOS. Oh god. All right, fine. Okay, and then what's in UI? Oh, okay. New card. Content. You just get the variant. I guess we'll just do settings.light for right now, and then we can do this. And then card paint. Parent is the content. There we go. Okay. That's fine. Anything in chat right now? Nope. Okay. Unused variant. That's fine. Okay. I see. Yeah, so that's probably not the best idea. Or maybe we could do the label. At the top. Thinking out loud. No. Alright, how about just without the center? We'll do label. Yeah, that doesn't exactly work. Okay, no. Okay. Oh, come on. Just let me fucking delete shit. CNT, okay. And then, right, we have everything back to normal. This works. This works. Awesome, cool. So in the header, how do we paint shit? Right, so I have a container. Yeah, header. I have a container. That's the thing, is like, I need to somehow have this make sense. Get a parent. And it just doesn't return anything, right? Because what do I need to add? I need to add the, yeah, okay. I need to set that, which is alarming. Maybe I could just paint the header and like have the header not be a component. Yeah, I think that's gonna be my best bet, is just have the header not be a component and just kind of just be a header. Yeah. Or no, I don't want to do that. No. What do I want to do? Because I want to set the border. And then maybe I can just have like a layout. Like, is that a thing? Right? Like, okay, so if I go back to UI, right? And if I just say, right, so I have a border, and then we have frame, sure, why not? And that'll be container dot new without layout, and the objects is CNT, and then we just have frame. Is that a thing? Does that work? No. No, that does not. Okay. Okay, so container new layout CNT.layout, and then objects are CNT. I mean, yeah, that kind of works. Not really. Because you have a border and then another border. So, yeah, that's, yeah. which is, okay, so then layout dot new border layout. Oh, yeah, okay. Never mind then. Layout, center layout, form layout, grid wrap, grid box, padded layout. Oh. Actually, yeah, add a bit of padding. Add a bit of padding. Let's see how that works. Oh, there we go. That's our solution. Sort of. Not really. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, okay, yeah. New padded pad. Custom padded layout. New padded layout. New padded VBox layout. Okay. I'm just gonna text message. Container dot inner window. New border, new center. No. New grid wrap. Padded, new padded. Yeah, I guess that probably would be. And then the objects, yeah. Let's see. Does this work? Not really. I mean, yeah, okay, it's kind of responsive, but yeah, no, it doesn't really work. New. Oh, it just has new padded. Okay. Okay, so let's see. Add pad. Container, new padded, rectangle, set content. Size. I guess, yeah, new custom. So new. And then. Layout. New custom padded layout, which would be just 5s, I think. I think 5 is good. I think that works with the maths. Maybe a little less. Okay. 1. Let's just do like a unit sort of pad. Let's see what happens. No, yeah. Because I don't like how that doesn't go all the way over. Which sucks, but whatever. See, like how that goes all the way across. Yeah. Because that's our border, right? That is our border. Let's see, so in the header. Want to just save the parent? Yeah, okay, I think fine. Container. Yeah. Because then I can do that and ignore the parent. Yeah, and then what I can do is, I guess I could set parent or get parent, yeah. Yeah, okay, so then I can ignore that. And we have our border, and then we create this, and we say header parent is equal. I can kind of delete this right now. Header parent is equal to this, right? Which is your container.new border. So that's var border, and that's a fine container. We'll rename that back to what it was. Not parent. And then header. No, yeah, I think that's fine, because you just store the parent. Yeah. New v-scroll. Oh, and then we have the parent. Okay, so we do need the parent anyway. Yeah. And then how I want to do this is essentially loop through the components and each make them, right? Oh, I guess I don't need a GUI. Has this whole like hour, how long has it been? Like I started at like 3 hours, so like about an hour, right? This whole shit has been like, I don't really need, ah, damn it. Okay. Because, right, all the components don't share one parent. That's the thing. It is, you paint the header, you paint the cards, and then you... That's it. So, yeah. So I can kind of get rid of this component system. And we just have a header. And cards. Which is card. Dot card. Cards. There you go. And that is a collections collection. So it's closer to the original anyway, in that way. Yeah. So I think we're going to just do paint. Yeah, I think we're just gonna do, I can kill this for right now. Paint. Yeah, we can do that, and then find dot container, and we can return this. There we go. Okay, and that'll do it. Okay, that's fine. And then in the GUI, what we can do is we now have header paint. As we can't really set a border. So I can kind of return that. And that's our UI. And then in Paint, we do set content of paint. Yeah, GUI.paint. There you go. Okay. That's fine. And I think that'll work too. right? Well, okay, so yeah, it works because we're running the UI, but I mean, like, okay, so let's see if we comment all that out. Then we'll do, I guess, a settings object var, or no, okay, I already have the settings object. Let's see here. Oh, and then I can kill size as well. So I guess I just need a GUI, which is UI new GUI, and that's my window. And oh yeah, okay, so we need this. Okay. Fair enough. Okay. Can I use setup? Is that a thing? I can. Okay, so key file is, and then we'll just call this we'll use this, sure, why not? And then we have our password manager, and then our, I believe our settings object, right? Yeah. Our settings object, which is the configuration. There you go. Okay, and then GUI paint. Yeah. Okay. That should work. Okay. Undefined. Oh yeah. Okay. Setup table name driver. Okay. Let's just do that. Or what I could do is just bring everything over. And I don't need this right now. And we can go here. Let's see. I might as well get rid of this while I'm at it. There you go. Okay. And then we can bring this over here. And we can do not extend. I think I'm just going to, oh yeah, all right. I'm just going to comment this out real quick so that we don't actually execute anything. And then we have var GUI, which is UI.GUI, and that is a pointer and is equal to UI new GUI window, and we need a window, so we have an app var app application. Let's do that, which is a fine application. Right? How do you get the application? Oh, app.new, sorry. And that returns a fine app. Fine app. And app.new. And then var window is a fine dot window and is equal to application new window, pretty sure, and that takes a title, parole, and then new GUI. So we have our window, we have our parol, and we have our, we don't have our configuration, which is fine. So we can just copy that over. We can paste it here, actually, yeah. Okay. Yeah, that's gonna run because I didn't do the right file. But now we're in main. Declared not use. Oh yeah, and then GUI dot paint. All right, let's see how badly I fucked this up. I didn't. Ah, interesting. Well, I mean, sort of. I sort of kind of screwed it up. So let's go to card. Why is card not... painting? Right? Because we have UI. That's painting fine. Button. Okay, so is it in GUI, I guess? Right? Okay, so new card appearance. Oh! That's right. Settings.appearance. What is the settings? Oh, because we have no appearance. That is very fair. We're going to use light for right now. That is the wrong file again. Okay. There we go. All right. And we can do that and even click, and this should give me test. It does. Good. Let's just copy something else. So I can copy this, and then, right, we don't have test. And then if I copy this, we have test. Great. Okay. Awesome. And now I just got to clean it up. We're 4 hours in again. Oh, this is brilliant. This is absolutely brilliant. All right, so then we do card paint. Right, so then I think next stream we're going to do an event system. I'll do a little research on that and figure out the event system if I can. What is, so the header. Okay, so the header, I'm going to create a constant size. Do you want to do size? Yeah. Default width, which is uint 8 and is 50. And then default height is 50 as well. And then we'll say paint. Do we need height and width on any of the other components? No. The header's the only one that needs a height and width. Okay. Maybe I can make that a setting. Yeah, okay, so let's make that a set. Okay, so let's do this. This is what we're gonna do. We're gonna do type configuration, and that's a struct. And we're gonna say, I guess type header struct. And that's gonna be a height. EIGHT, uint8, and a width uint8. And these are going to be both, let's do, no, okay. There we go, okay. And then we have a header. And that's going to be JSON header. There we go. Okay. And then in the settings, what I can do is do settings. So that's going to be loaded separately. Because I want that to be private. That's the thing. Right? How do I do it in here? GUI. Alright, I guess UI, right? Or puddle. Settings. Private, public, so settings. We have configuration. Settings. Oh, yeah, during my research last night, I also found that Fine, by default, does internationalization. So that's going to be fun to do on a stream. Key file, password file, log directory, and then private file, which is a string. And then you read the private file, and then you store the configuration, right? Okay. Maybe I should make like a settings configuration. Maybe I should just make it, yeah, a part of the. Yeah. But they're supposed to be private settings, so that's kind of what I'm getting at. Like UI settings is what I'm getting at. Yeah. All right, fine. We'll do configuration, which is JSON configuration. Like, just to be clear, we have a working model, right? So configuration. We're just trying to make this look pretty right now. And then we'll do header. And that is width is 50, and height is 50. And there you go. Okay. So then, and then in GUI, what we can do is do GUI settings configuration height, header, width, and then GUI settings configuration height. It's a lot of backtracking, but I think that's okay for right now. Yeah, we can clean it up a little bit more later. Yeah, and then we'll do func setup. Which it creates a card for each. Yeah, okay. And that's gonna be GUI, and that's GUI. So setup is going to do everything that we need to do to set this up. What do I need to do to set this up? Setup. Okay, yeah. So var I, which is an int, and for I in range of parole of GUI dot parole passwords, right? Serialize object. Okay, how do I get? Oh no, okay, so we're passwords. Right? In the original, are we doing passwords? We're just getting a single password. Fair enough. Must get all. Okay, fine. Var key. Well, I guess I need key and value anyway, so that makes sense. String and var value any. And for key and value in the range of passwords, we are going to do GUI dot cards dot append key component new card key, and then we need a theme. Settings dot appearance. Oh no, settings GUI settings appearance. Right. Oh, and I don't need the value. Okay, that's good. Yeah. Oh, but I do. No, I need the text. That's wrong. I do need the text. Okay, string, and then we want to do new card is text. And card text is text. And then when we copy, add copy icon, or no, copy callback, make default callback. The content is the card. Content is the card text, not title. There you go. Roll that passwords, yeah. Dot get. Right, and then in the original implementation, we have it gets and then just prints the string. Okay, all right, that's fine. For key, or no. Okay, so here's what we're gonna do. We need to get the encrypted password or the decrypted password. So card settings dot appearance and then text. Text is just, I guess, test for right now. We're gonna do, I mean, I guess value, yeah. Or no, okay, so yeah, I guess I do need the key. don't need the value, right? It's free. Okay, so var key string. Because for each key, yeah, for key and range GUI plural passwords. Plural is passwords. Passwords at. Items plural passwords collect. So that's the encrypted. Yeah. Alright, and then I gotta do some shit. Which is var encrypted. Encrypted, which is slice of bytes, var accept. Or no, actually I could just panic, yeah. Which is scope polutils must. Key, yeah, because we're looping over the password, so that has to be in the yeah, it has to be in the mapping. So then we do GUI parole get key. Or no, this is decrypted. Yeah. Password. And then, well, all right, I guess I can inline this. Components, new card, key, then that is the value, so we get the decrypted, right? So that's, and then GUI dot settings dot appearance. And then we can do GUI cards append. And there you go. And then, right, okay, so then we add a card. How did I load a card in the UI one again? I didn't, I just kind of set it. Okay. And then card, right? I guess maybe I should get the parent. Yeah, fine container. So we get that. And then GUI.cards.append. So we get our card, right? Var card is components card. And that is equal to this. So we append the card. Oh, maybe I do need removed. Yeah. So we append the card, and then the... What do we do? What do we do? What do we do? And then card paint parent. Right? And then the parent is what? Is the content, right? Yeah. So then we can call setup here. Okay. GUI.setup content. Yeah. Okay, I think that's fine. Yeah. And then there must be something here. Yeah, okay. Does that fix it? No, okay. Alright, well. GUI and argument list, probably missing a comma. Oh. Yes, I am. You are correct. Cannot GUI parole get value of type by, oh. So the string. That's annoying. And then the appearance, too many arguments in conversion district. What? Oh. Okay. Unexpected at end of statement. Okay. Does that do it? I think that might do it. I have no passwords yet, but we can add passwords. Do I have any data? Is there anything in the database right now? Because if there isn't, then that's fine. There is nothing in the database. Okay, that's fine. Then what I'm going to do is I'm going to add some things into the database. I think that's okay to do right now. And we're going to say if. There we go. Bin main YouTube 1 2 3 4 5. Oh, I forgot to compile. Duh. Declared not used configuration. Bin compile release. Oh, because I didn't save. It's fine. Okay, compiled. And then we do that. And we have 1. Okay, good. And then do that. Let's see if this works. And no. Invalid memory address. Okay. That's something. So let's compile. It compiles, right? But it doesn't run. Okay, so go at 120 at run. Paint. Paint. Ah, okay. I think I know the issue. GUI. Cards is collections new array. We didn't initialize the array. Aha. We got any chat, any activity? No? Okay. Cool. Components. Well, yeah, okay. I guess component.component. That's fine, I guess. Right? Yeah. For right now. That's good. And yes, we got it. All right. And then I can delete that. Awesome. Awesome, we got it. Okay. That's a working product right there. Sort of. We still have to add some behavior to it, but for right now, that is a working product. Right, okay, so then in main, what I want to do is go to my cards. Go to my cards. And what do I want to do with these cards? What do I want to do? What do I want to do? I want to add a removed boolean. Yeah. Var removed, right? Or no. Because how am I gonna? Oh well, like yeah, okay. So I guess removing. Yeah, removing from the database. That yeah, okay. Fair enough. Removing from the table. Do we implement removing at all from the table? I don't think we did. Here, let me clean this up. This is a utter mess. Right. Okay. So that can go that way. That can stay open. That needs to close. These need to close. Okay. Fair enough. And then password. Oh, that's an actual password type. Oh, remove. Okay, so we did implement remove. Yeah, is there a possible way to like remove any? SQL remove any. Delete from table name where condition. Or remove many, not any. Yeah, I can't fucking spell. Delete statement within where clause or truncate the statement. Remove a subset of many rows from table where. Okay. I see. Okay. Okay. All right. Fair enough. So no, there isn't a way to like within SQL remove many. So then I guess what I can do is, yeah, I think that'll be a part of the system, right? Because like if I do this, right? Okay, so we have passwords, and then I can add new. That's cool. That is cool. You know? Anyway, let's see. Yeah, that'll be a part of the event system. But for right now, I think setup is good. That's single responsibility. The paint function is single responsibility. I just need to do GUI run. Or run, which is show and run. And that's not going to return anything. GUI paint and then GUI run. And then I think what I can do is do like let's see. Oh, yeah, and then in settings, I want to do configuration. We want to do a title, string, title, or JSON title. And the title is going to be parole. We're going to change that, but yeah. Once we do internationalization, but for right now, that's an okay thing to have. So then we do configuration. Configuration.title. Yeah, that's stuttering. It's confusing, but whatever. So then we'll do a flag for the UI. Ooh, okay. UI. We have UI, which is package UI. Or no, I guess choice? Yeah, let's say choice. Type choice. Which is choice SE or C? I think it's CE. Let's use some Google. Let's do some spell check. Choice versus choice. Spelling now meaning it choose. It's an incorrect spelling and is not a valid word. Fair enough. Okay. That's good to know. So it is CE. And that is a string enum. So that we can do comparisons. Const that'll be GUI, which is a choice and is equal to, remember kids, being a GUI is a choice. Oh, that's so fucking stupid. And then CLI. CLI. And then we'll do func. Choice. Choice. String. Just so we have a nice representation of everything, and we return the string of choice. Oh yeah, I don't need a pointer. There you go. Okay, that's fine. And then in main we can do var UI, or no, yeah, UI choice, UI flag, which is a UI choice and is equal to flag string, I'm assuming. Yeah, flag string. Sure. And we'll do, oh no, wait, because that's reading, right? Yeah. Which is a string and is equal to flag string, which is I guess you, well, yeah, let's use I for like interface. And that will be UI.GUI, that string? I could just say UI.GUI, I'm pretty sure. And then usage is, specify the interface to run the program either in a GUI or by passing arguments. And then in brackets, CLI. Okay, I guess that has to be a string. Fair enough. And then UI flag, right? So then I'm going to comment this out, and we'll move this down here. And then we'll do this. We'll format. There you go. right? No. Yeah, okay. Else if UI flag is equal to UI GUI string, then do this. Great. Okay, cool. So this is fine. And then we have, this should copy 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yes, it does. Okay, that's a working application, by the way. And then we'll say bin main I is CLI. And of course, write nothing, and we'll say YouTube. Like, that's great. That is awesome. That is genuinely awesome. Wow. Okay. We have a working application, everybody. We still need to implement actual like forms to add in like correct passwords and not just test passwords. We still need to implement user login. We still need to implement an event system, which is probably going to be a next stream. How long have I been going for? Let's go to our full screen. Wow, almost 5 hours. Jesus Christ. But yeah, so I think that's going to do it for this stream. Thank you everybody for watching. Please make sure to check out the VOD channel in the description. We've been getting a little run up recently. We've been getting a little popular. I think 9 subscribers in the past 4 days. That's about 2.25 subscribers a day. That's not bad. You know, for a small channel like we are. Yeah. We'll probably stream tomorrow at about the same time, if not later. So yeah. Thanks everybody for watching. Stay safe. Peace.